Hello and welcome back to the Druidic Stormcloud channel, where today I'll be playing some Gale of Darkness with Ryu no Kage. Hopping over to this while I get him on the call because he is in fact already live. Then I'll set up the collab chat and everything. Shared chat, that's what it's called. Alright, that call's going through. I'm going to send the invite. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it seems to always work when I send it, but only sometimes work when he starts it. But yeah, I hope everyone is excited and ready to enjoy some Pokemon Colosseum Gale of Darkness. There may or may not be some echo. I'm going to try and minimize that. It would be within the audio of the game, since I can't get the Discord call itself as a separate audio. Can't figure that out. But I will be able to hear Ryu, and the only way it shows, or that the game audio will show up on that, is if I have audio capturing from that and on like I need it to be able to hear it myself. So it echoes over into that. But yeah, at this point it is just a hurry up and wait for Ryu to hop in the call. All right. Okay. And here he is. Hey, Ryu.
Hello.
Collab chat. There we go. How's it going?
You know.
No tech issues so far, right?
No. We're golden.
Excellent. I already sent the Stream Together invite. Excellent. Start sharing chat is right there. Excellent. Okay.
Alright, where's my... There it is.
Alright, there are 4 pictures of Marco sent in the shared chat as emotes. I just need to make sure you're able to see them, and I will switch over to the collab scene.
Sorry, I had to go grab my controller.
It happens.
Well,
Sometimes with an
not
S,
only
sometimes with an SH in front, sometimes with a CR in front. In Pokemon, both can be bad.
so 3 streams in a row with no technical difficulties. So
And I
we'll
can
use
see
this.
your
We'll use this emote.
emotes. Good. Excellent. So, when last we left off, the evil team. What'd you drop?
My switch just toppled over.
Oh boy. When last we left off, the evil team had attacked the place and took the one decent receptionist in this entire region as their hostage,
Yep.
leaving a Shroomish very panicked.
I don't think it's panicked. It looks angry. Then again, Shroomish just looks angry to begin with.
True. Oh, I need to turn the audio on that so that I can hear it.
Alright, get
Hopefully-
out of Protopia and into the GameCube.
Hopefully this
There.
isn't causing too much of an echo.
I'm not hearing anything on my end, but
Okay, it doesn't seem
give
to.
me a sec. Yep, sounds good.
Excellent.
So I've decided, because I used one of the Pokemon in my previous playthrough because I went back and watched it because it's on YouTube. Totally not a plug, by the way. I will elect to not use Crobat. I have another thing in mind. I didn't use Gardevoir previously as well, but eh.
There are a decent amount of builds a Gardevoir can go through, at least in later games.
Trying to use Pokemon I haven't used before. Have used very little.
Let's swap out Beyblade here for... honestly, Jolteon.
Also, after we start dealing with the next area, after we take everybody out, I would recommend that you would use level 28 and 29.
Noted.
Because like I said, the boss of the area is a pretty good difficulty spike.
Of this one or the next one?
Next one. This one's pretty difficult too, because he uses a Pokemon that you would not be ready for this early in the game. And it's very ironic what Pokemon it is.
What, is it Celebi or something?
No, it's a Raichu though.
Ah,
A Raichu this early in the game is actually kinda difficult. Especially since it's fast and it knows dig.
oh. That is problematic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, these guys are no joke for once. You have an evil team when their grunts are even different, or even tough fights. Well, you know, you found a formula that works if you got there,
True.
so. It's a shame that this is a spin-off that they're never going to touch again because they could learn from it.
Do you think the main Pokemon team that currently makes and designs the Pokemon storyline even pays attention to the games that came before they joined the company?
Yeah, it's true. Even though the people at Genius Sonority are still members of the Pokemon company.
And like I said, if the starters become bipedal for Gen 10, I'm not getting it. Until it goes on sale or something.
I think the grass starter might be the only one for sure because it looks like it's going to remain that way.
It's going to become another Decidueye.
Probably. Oh yeah, another thing too, the not using more than 3 items in battle, that goes off for the final challenge. Because sometimes you gotta kinda stall for time.
True. Okay, that guy's just crazy.
Yeah. Also, that's kind of creepy.
Only kinda?
Yeah, just kinda.
Oh boy. Alright, so we got Issa and Beyblade out. Issa's looking pretty hurt. I think I should be able to get a return off on the Kecleon and swap out Beyblade.
Also, this stream was brought to you by Venom.
Seriously, if you had a Venom sponsor, I would have wanted in on that. It is a good energy drink.
Yep. Not expensive either. That's one thing
No.
that they do.
First time I heard of Venom was actually while I was deployed. We had it at the mess hall a couple of times. Back then, they still had it as the names of snakes.
Yep.
The Black
They
Mamba
don't
was my
anymore, which
favorite.
is a shame.
I'm
Yeah,
going
that's
to
the.
swap out Issa.
My favorite is Death Adder, the fruit punch.
Yeah.
Because they're one of the few companies that get fruit punch very, very good.
Huh. You see, I hadn't tried their Fruit Punch one, their Death Adder, because I was skeptical about Fruit Punch. But yeah, Black Mamba is now just mango.
Yeah, the mango's not bad either.
Oh, Shadow Makohita. Did you want a fighting type? That people theorize was supposed to be the Pika clone.
I can see it, but considering it just becomes E Honda, and you can't convince me otherwise.
I mean, consider though the parallels between Hariyama and Raichu, as the previous quote-unquote Pika clone would either be a round blue mouse or the baby form of Pikachu.
That is true.
But people latched on to the positive and minus pair, or positive and negative pair, and decided they were the de facto Pika clone. And then,
Of course, that was a little more obvious.
True. And then applied the logic that Pika clones had to be electric type, had to be mouse, had to not evolve.
And then Mimikyu said, "Here, hold my mirror."
Oh crap, I knocked out the Hariyama. Oh well.
Oh well. Whenever it comes to missing shadow Pokemon, you always have another chance because
Mirror B.
our good friend Mirror B will somehow get it.
Speaking of, he is now somewhere.
Ah. Yeah, you have to check the mirror radar in your key items. That'll tell you where he's at.
Alright, it's in key items.
I find it funny how accurate the radar is.
He's in this town.
Okay, he's in the Coliseum then.
That's where I can heal up anyway, as well.
Yep.
The game is just telling me, you need to heal up. Hey, go find Mirror B too.
Yep. Huh. That's not a bad move for Ninetales. It relearns Dig. I love how in this game it's two cronies. They're just there. Like, they don't actually do anything in this game.
Do I enter the Coliseum then? Okay.
It's not that hard. The trainers, they're set to level 20.
Okay.
And the only person that kind of supersedes that is Mirror B himself. He's still at the level cap, but he's not as. Where he's outside of that is the
Shadow Pokemon.
You might have. And you'll battle him randomly. He's in one of the rounds.
Oh yeah, that thing is in this game.
Yes, but not obtainable because Jinx is a little too controversial.
And Jinx has always been controversial, but I feel like Hypno should be the one that's controversial.
Well, yeah.
At least for what it was initially used for in the anime.
Abducting children unintentionally, I might add.
Oh, Pichu had static, okay. Well, Beyblade leveled up.
They're also nice to you in the Coliseums. They heal you in between battles.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And another Pichu. Isa's gonna swap out. Hades needs experience.
Also, the music that you're going to hear in all the Coliseum rounds, they're all really good.
That was an unnecessary crit.
The second round theme, unless you're fighting Mirror B, was actually the Cypher Peon battle theme for Coliseum.
They also introduce,
They go ham on the electric guitar.
confused Hades. I'm gonna have to swap him out. Send in Jolteon. And then Psybeam Teddiursa.
The one mon that can actually survive a critical hit. Duskull.
Yep. Or anyone with Sturdy.
True. But even without Dusknoir, Dusclops itself is extremely hard.
It's a big boy. It's one of those that didn't need to become a 3-stager, but we appreciate it.
Well, yeah, especially since Eviolite Dusclops is very mean.
It is. It's great. I'm gonna go for Bite on Smoochum now. That's
One thing that
paralyzed.
bothers me though is it's like you don't want to evolve it in Infinite Fusion because Duskull's fusions are fantastic.
Oh, that's good to know. Good to know. Need to get back on that.
All the Pokemon become undead. It looks amazing. Also, I found out something. Apparently, if you fuse Mr. Mime and Ursaring together, you get Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Alright, their light screen finally fell. Jolteon needs to swap out because it's paralyzed, and Hades is coming back in.
Fryman, where are my friggin' Pokeballs?
Aurora Beam on that one to finish them off. Because they are annoying.
And then apparently if you fuse Mr. Mime and Snorlax, you get Peter Griffin.
I mean, Mr. Mime is always memed on about being too humanoid.
So they just went full ham what it means. They just made one fusion Carl and one fusion Peter.
Oh, wait. Is Mr. Mime and Geodude just the Rock?
No, I don't think so.
It should be.
There is one fusion. If you do fuse two Geodudes together, you get the mean face of the Rock.
I know about that, but you can't tell me that you don't think that would be too funny.
It should just be Dwayne Johnson himself. Yeah. That would be pretty good. This is too bad as if I'm cute. Vulpix is a little bit on the weaker side, so it shouldn't kill. If it does, oh well.
Honestly, I feel like after we get above level 20 Shadow Pokemon, if we build up enough of them, just taking them to the Colosseum will let us breeze through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Golden Trio? That means he only has 3 Pokemon. Okay. Oh, that Golden Trio.
Alright, I said I would do this. I am going to name this female Zubat Barbara.
You're welcome, everyone.
AKA Batgirl.
Barbara Gordon has entered the team.
I did also use a Crobat in the previous playthrough, but honestly, there's not a lot of flying types that are at least worthwhile.
At least not until later on.
Yeah.
I can think of about one that's pretty broken, I would say.
There's a lot of flying Pokemon that can just break the game.
Okay, Shroomish got poisoned, but he's being swapped out anyway.
Also, good thing I picked up that food valve. Okay, so I guess to be fair, at least 4 of my Pokemon are ones I've never used before. My options are kind of limited, so gotta get it right there.
And with how good the evil team is, you actually have to take it seriously when building your team. Which limits you even more.
Like I said, I've noticed that none of the grunts are the same. They all specialize in different types or just use a variety. While giving personality to just normally faceless grunts.
To be fair, they're still faceless. They're covered by that helmet. I would argue they are more faceless than the default grunts of any other team, but at the same time, unique in that they have a reason for having the same display avatar.
Yep.
It is literally a uniform and their face is covered, so by default, they may not have the exact same face.
Yep. So,
or the exact same 3 faces. Team Yell.
So, to get around that, they just put a face mask on them.
Yeah. I mean, Team Galactic would have a lot less memes about them if they had done that with their design.
Yeah. And I've noticed that the admins are just whatever they want to do. Most of the time. They still have to wear some form of the uniform on them, but they're free to do whatever else they want. Which also brings something into, which brings something into account. The
Mirror B.
So Team Rocket's hierarchy is interesting. The higher ranked members wear the white uniforms, which means that yes, Jesse and James are higher ranked members. Which I deem hilarious.
If you look at it from a certain fact, the fact is they have quite literally saved the world a couple of times.
Yes.
Which Giovanni wants to rule and doesn't want destroyed. But they do so by messing up.
Yep.
Fine. Steal me that Pikachu. For whatever reason, that kid keeps getting involved in things that could end the world, and these idiots fumble their way into saving it.
And they had a point in 2000. If the world's destroyed, even if they did survive, there'd be nothing else for them to do.
Yeah. Quite literally laying out exactly what their entire purpose is in Team Rocket. They are higher-ups in that they are vital to keep on the exact same path they were on.
Yep.
Because they always fumble their way into doing the perfect thing to save the world.
Yep.
Okay, there's the Voltorb. Not the Shadow Voltorb, though. I think I caught the Shadow Voltorb. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he'll just randomly get a normal Voltorb.
Because Voltorb.
Yeah.
Sonic Boom is annoying, but I need to get rid of that Hop Pep before it stalls me into annoyance.
I'll swap out Nuzly. Because I am running into quite a few normal types that are really getting on my nerves.
Yeah, and we don't have access to any ghost type yet. Random Ludicolo!
Well, we will eventually.
That's why I said yet.
Sooner than you think. Sadly, there are only 3 ghost types that you have access to in this game. And one's good, one's alright, one sucks.
Let's see. Sableye, Mischievous, and Duskull.
Close. Swap Mischievous with Banat.
Ah. And Mischievous itself is not bad, but once it evolves is when it is huge.
Yes. Unfortunately, this is Gen 3, so not acceptable.
Which is why I thought it fell into the not bad category, where Sableye was just the... You're crappy.
Yeah.
And even with its Mega, it is not good. It loses the one thing it actually had. Speed.
Prankster.
And Prankster.
It gets magic bounce, which is a fun gimmick, but it's just bad. You wasted your Mega Evolution on a gimmick.
Alright, and we'll go with Bite. I want to get rid of this Ludicolo.
Also, I have a theory. So,
I should get rid of that Voltorb
the reason
first.
why Mega Glycopod is not in Champions yet is because they don't know what to do with it. Because, obviously, its ability is not going to be emergency exit. So they don't know what to do with it right now. That's why it's not in the game yet. Glycopod with a good ability, what?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to figure out.
If they give it sturdy, oh crap.
Oh.
Also, what's interesting is by raising a Zubat and a Ralts, I'm going to have a problem for a good part of the game.
Yeah.
Because Zubat's not good. Golbat's at least passable.
Alright, I found the Shadow Makohuta.
And then as for getting to Gardevoir, you're stuck with a very low stat Pokemon for about 10 levels.
Yeah.
Is the payoff worth it? Yes, but it's a very long and hard road.
I'm going to Thunder Wave the Makuhita, Mud Slap the Voltorb.
There is a key that you can get, but the problem is
no
Gen
Togekiss.
4.
You got Togetic, but not Togekiss.
And Togetic is terrible.
Yeah.
That's why Togekiss was kind of a necessary evolution.
It was. Togepi was an incomplete Pokemon until its evolution was added.
Yep. So I'm going to keep the Numble on the squad because of that Raichu. Because it's like, darn, dang it, I should have let it learn Magnitude. Because whenever it's like Earthquake, if the Pokemon uses Dig, it does double damage.
Yeah. And if it got to Magnitude 8 while it was underground... Oh.
Yeah, it's dead. It's dead. There's no surviving that. It's just dead.
If it hits like that, it's not fainted. It's at Pokemon Tower.
Yeah. Oh, even worse would be Magnitude 10. The insult.
Oh.
The ultimate amount of insult.
Another Thunder Shock. And then we will call it you.
So the move relearner is actually kind of ingenious. It requires grinding on Mount Battle.
Ah!
We're going to do anyway. It costs 1,000 Poke Coupons to relearn moves, but hey, that's actually not too bad.
That's not bad at all.
Whoa. Vulpix has Heat Wave? In a game that's mostly devil battles.
Okay, Vulpix just became your ace.
Yeah?
Especially if you can get something with Flash Fire or... Wait, no, that doesn't hit your side.
No, it doesn't.
Why did I think it was
Also,
going to be like
this was
Earthquake or Surf?
Also, this is Gen 3, so Surf only batters the opposing side.
Oh.
It's a shame that you don't get it in the game because Vaporeon and Surf, oh boy.
Yeah, that would have just broken Vaporeon, made it the best choice. Okay, Issa needs swapped out now. Level 20 Plusle and Minun.
Hey, at least she understands the assignment.
Yes, I took out the Plusle. She only has 3 Pokemon, so let's see what her next one is.
Considering your Teddy Ursa does that much damage, it's not a max happiness yet. Imagine once it is.
Yeah, that's why I don't want it to fall in battle.
Ooh, Aron. Okay, that's not bad.
Beyblade's gonna mud slap the other one.
Not going to use the Aron, but well, asterisk. I am going to use it for Purifying Gamer.
That's fair. It's quad weak to fighting type.
And I crit. Never mind.
Wait, does it have Sturdy?
Sturdy doesn't work that way in Gen 3.
Oh.
It only blocks Oko moves like Fissure.
I'm going to paralyze the Snubble and keep mudslapping the Minoon.
When did Sturdy start working? Yeah, Gen 5? I think it skipped Gen 4.
Ah.
Yeah. Sturdy was changed to survive single hit moves as a Gen 5 onwards.
Oh, and Beyblade is down.
Also, this was the final game to feature Fat Pikachu.
Unfortunate. I feel like we can honestly say that the loss of Fat Pikachu was part of what caused the entire Pokemon series to begin declining.
Of course, they brought it back for Gen 8 as a gag.
True.
G-Max Pikachu is just Fat Pikachu again.
It is. And then we have Super Fluffy Eevee.
Yep.
And then the next gen, we had a character with an Eevee backpack and an Eevee team.
Yep. Who was the villainous team leader?
Sort of. Team leader and person trying to disassemble the team.
Yeah.
I probably should have done this right, but oh well.
When you fight the boss of the area, you're going to be very impressed with how they were able to find an armor size for him.
I have 3 ideas as to why they may be. He's either extremely tall, extremely short, or extremely round.
How about extremely Giga Chad size?
Oh, it's that exec that was with the pink Hatsune Miku.
Kind of.
TM31. And the spot monitor is reacting.
But yes, another reason why
is Brick Break. That's not bad.
Yep. Why I would not mind a remake of this game is because some Pokemon that were just meh are actually a lot better now. Because in the previous game, you had Shadow Mischievous, Murkrow, Sneasel, Apom, Piloswine. Do you see a problem here?
Yeah.
Girafarig was another one. It was like, there were some, basically they were saying, hey, we know you're having problems getting the Gen 1 and 2 Pokemon, but this was not a good compromise.
Nope. My spot reactor went off, so I need to check the cave. Wild Zubat, huh?
Yep. Zubat's the common, Aron is the uncommon, and the rare.
The rare is what?
Wooper.
In the cave?
Yeah.
Why did I think Wooper was in the Oasis?
That would make sense, wouldn't it? But the rare in the Oasis is Surskit.
Ah.
Which is like, you know, you gave me two of some of the better. You gave me a good Pokemon on the rare encounter, and then you gave me that. So the Surskit would actually be worth it because you could trade the Duking. That's one of the Pokemon's like, all right, whatever, I don't need you.
What does the trade give you?
I believe a Metatite. Which is not bad, because its ability is essentially just huge power.
Yeah. Meditite is not a bad one to have, especially considering the fact that we don't have a lot of fighting types.
It would be worth it to get a second Trapinch, though, because one, keep one for yourself, because Flygon's at least decent. Sure, its learn set's not great, but, you know. But the second one is so you can get a Larvitar from him.
Speaking of...
Oh. Surskit, cool. There you go. I'd be very careful because they're frail. See, what always bothered me about Surskit was its core idea, Water Strider, a water bug type. First one, by the way.
Yeah.
And then it just evolves into another bug flying type moth.
Aquapider did it a lot better.
Yeah. Jupiter and Araquanid did so much better. And then there's the Lysopod.
Yeah. The worst part, they came out in the same gen.
I know. Also, Araquanid essentially just has the normal resistance to fire because of its ability.
I named it Fodder because I'm trading it immediately when I'm off screen and not running after randomly activated things.
My Zubat's probably going to hate me for this because it's about to get slapped by this Raichu. Or not. I guess you're going to be stupid.
What'd you grab?
That works for me.
An Ultra Ball! Teddy Ursa found an Ultra Ball.
Nice. Also, I'm not joking when I said this guy is actually kind of tough because I'm down to 2 Pokemon against him.
Oh boy.
And I had to use a survive on my double just to stand a chance. Alright, I confused the Raichu, so that's going to make things a little simpler, possibly.
Turn and then swap out for Jolteon here.
The little Zubat that could. It beat the Raichu. It's only level 11.
A level 11 Zubat beat a Raichu.
Yep, because I got a supersonic off and it punched itself in the face twice.
I guess that means you're joining Team Rocket.
Or as a certain Mad God said, cheese for everyone. That's essentially what just happened there.
You get the RNG cheese with the confusion, and I get the RNG cheese with the quick ball. It all evens out eventually.
Yeah.
How many times have I had quick ball cheese?
Quite a lot. And whenever we do Scarlet and Violet, we're going to be using a lot of those.
Yeah. Okay, return and another Thunder Shock to finish off Tentacle.
So one cute attention to detail is that some of the little girls have their hair pinned up with Pokeballs.
Alright, Teddy Ursa's level 24.
Pokeballs in the nursery.
It is evolved soon.
38.
Not as soon as I thought.
Even still on his own, Teddy is not too bad.
Especially with pickup.
Yes. And this is Gen 3 pickup, so what I grab is still random, but you have a higher chance of getting something good.
True.
You know, I was complaining about the spot monitor not going off, but it's been going off every other time.
I need to go and heal up.
Listening to me. Are you secretly Big Brother?
You think Nintendo cares about IPs that they've not touched in so long, aside from suing people for trying to touch them?
Yes, and how well has that been going for them?
Thankfully, not so good. I mean, trying to copyright game mechanics hasn't been.
No, you can't do that. Everybody's like, that's not how it works. You can't really patent game mechanics that have existed for over 30 years.
Especially when you're not the one that came up with them.
Uh-huh. Looks like Dragon Quest beat them to the punch years ago.
Shin Megami Tensei.
That too. Those franchises are older than you think they are.
They are old.
Just because one guy rebranded in a Persona doesn't mean it's not an old series.
Persona itself is still an old series.
Yep. Yes, you may say that, Jordy, but I actually have a use for Zubat this time around.
Zubat beat a Raichu.
Yes, but I caught a stronger one too. But I think I'll keep the female one because it's scrappy. Catch another Zubat because, wow, Purify Chamber.
Okay, this guy's a creep.
You don't say.
Quillfish and Rhyhorn.
You're not wrong about that. And the thing is about Zubat is you wouldn't expect something that common to be good.
This is true. I'm gonna have to return on that one, swap out you for Shroomish. Tentacool and Zubat. Two of the most annoying Pokemon in Gen 1, but still quite useful after they've evolved fully.
Well, especially in Gen 2 when Crobat was introduced, but Tentacool on its own. Remember, Special used to be one stat.
Yeah.
And it was very high.
Yeah. Oh boy, was it high. That's when you bust out the surf.
Yep. Probably going to regret this one when I buy 20 more Focus Snacks.
Another return, and then Mega Drain on you.
Turns out it's correct. After you clear out the OMBS crisis here, you can just buy the Focus Snacks. Maybe I'll at least temporarily use one of the trades.
I mean, at least that legendary has some good lore to it.
Man, my tier list would be so weird now.
Mine would be heavily skewed in the favor of ghost types.
I mean, I'm not going to fault you for that because that's one of the best types in the series.
It is!
Very few things resist, not even Steel does now.
Not... Dark is the only thing I can think of that actually resists it.
Yes. That is it now, and being a check to one of the original most OP types in the series.
Or intended to be so.
Well, yes.
And the bug is nothing on the fault of ghost types.
Yeah. To be fair, though, there were only 2 damaging ghost type moves.
Again, not the fault of the type itself.
And then it was categorized as a physical type, which is like, you know, I feel like Dark and Ghost are swapped. Dark should have been physical and Ghost should have been static.
Yeah, I can see that.
Especially since pretty much every ghost type until they made Dusclops was a special attack.
True. I'm thinking that is actually because of a bug on Game Freak's part once again.
Yes, because they copied and pasted. Yes, they do that. The normal type immunity. By the way, later games were not exempt from bugs. Gen 2 had a lot of nasty bugs with the Apricorn Pokeballs.
Yeah. Freaking fastball.
Okay, so the bugs. Here's how this works. So the fastball was intended to work with Pokemon that flee when 4 times catch rate. However, due to a coding error, it only had a 4 times boost against these particular Pokemon, Magnemite, Tangela, and Grimer.
Yep.
Which are not fast at all.
And do not run away. It was intended to be used against those legendary dogs. Exactly. You know the ones. The ones that are pain. The ones that are suffering.
Okay. So the Moon Ball was supposed to work on Pokemon that evolve with the Moonstone, but due to a coding error, it checks for Pokemon that evolve with Burn You. Oops.
Yep. An item code mistype of probably just one number.
Yep. The Love Ball is too complicated as an algorithm. The Heavy Ball, for some reason, only works on Kadabra, Tauros, and Sunflora.
Yeah, because of course Sunflora is going to be heavier than, say, Onyx.
Or Snorlax. The only ones that work are the Friend Ball and the Lure Ball.
Which, with the Lure Ball, they only had to tick off a type thing.
Yep.
And with the Friend Ball, that just made things friendlier.
And then they retconned it by introducing the Luxury Ball one generation later. Of course, here it's like, what's the difference? Here's the difference. A Friend Ball sets the friendship rate of any Pokemon caught with it to 200. No matter what. How a Luxury Ball works is it doubles the friendship that you gain with the Pokemon.
Luxury Ball and Soothe Belt combo is the best way to max out friendship.
Yep.
It is also cheese.
So, for example, if you want to evolve Eevee into Espeon, Umbreon, or Sylveon, catch it and you're able to find it in the wild, use the Luxury Ball. I am going to buy the Reflectian.
You can buy those? Where?
After you gain access to real good power, you can just buy them. And I'm going to buy them for later. Actually, one I'm going to use right now. Vaporeon, you disappointed me. I thought you could learn it. Maybe it does in later gens. I might be misremembering. And I can't teach moves to the Ralts yet because it's still a shadow.
Alright, I'm going to go and heal up again. Yeah, I'm not against making a Pokemon tier list. Just know that I will probably heavily skew things in the favor of ghost types.
And then you have the king of ghost types, Giratina.
Oh. One thing about Giratina that I feel is probably a mistranslation among anything else. They say it's in charge of antimatter and all that. I keep forgetting that the healing point is in the Colosseum. But look at the other dimension, the reverse world, whatever it is called. The way things act, the way the puzzles work, all that. The way it draws things into that hole of darkness And the fact that it is darkness itself, this all points to the direction of Giratina ruling over gravity. The distortion world, that's what it's called. Because gravity, in prime example, a black hole, distorts space and time the closer you are to it.
Yep.
And it feels more apt to tie Giratina to that in relation to time and space and creation than anything else.
Also, I'm showing off Battle Bingo. So how this works is you're trying to fill up the entire card. Each Pokemon only has a set amount of what's called energies. It is recommended to fill out your team. You only have 4 Pokemon at a time. It's the mascot of the card, and then three different types. There are also mysteries, which can net you another Master Ball, which you will need. Or it will give you some extra points, or it will let you have a free space. It's useful in its own way, and I guess this is just meant to be because I go into the fire type card and it gives me a Voltex.
Ah.
If you run out of entry points, you fail to make a card. But you have to get a match. Also, what's funny is they give you the type chart here if you want to use it. Not that you really need
Dustox and Spinarak. Let's get rid of these Spinarak first this time.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This is I don't recommend that we do this because this is extremely hard to pull off. If you do a Mount Battle challenge from start to finish in its entirety, you get to choose one of the Johto starters at level 5 with its elemental hyper.
Oh. I'm going to say it right now. I call Cyndaquil.
By the way, this is repeatable. You can literally do this 3 times and get off first.
Alright.
I had considered Roselia as my grass type, but the problem with it is does not have access to a Japanese.
And I feel Roselia was released too soon.
Yes, they should have just waited for Gen 4 and then just have it as a pre-save.
Exactly. It just fits so well. It's not a forced evolution or pre-evolution. And it just feels complete with the whole line. Unlike, say, Rhyperior.
Yeah. Well, that would not have been a bad water type for me to have gotten. That is Mudkip.
And Mudkip
By the
is
way,
a Hoenn starter.
Yep. By the way, in my playthrough of the game that I intend to go through the challenge modes with at some point, there is a Swampert on that team. Why? The bad question is, why not? And it's one of the best dual types.
Wah, Buffett! I had to.
Well, you didn't have to. You wanted.
I apologize for nothing.
I regret nothing.
Oh, Beyblade can't be swapped out. We're just gonna call you then. Just like when I... Against a robber in the Let's Go playthrough I did, they were using a Rapidash. I sent out Nidoking, and I made the comment, looks like we're both using unicorns. I am still not wrong.
I screwed up. Also, by the way, battle bingo, huh? You do realize that we're playing a Pokemon game and we are gambling. This was before they were up in arms about that.
Yeah. Alright, I caught the Shadow Vulpix. Not that I'm going to use it, but I caught it. And I need to go back and heal again. Yes, there will be a lot of going back for healing in this game. I feel like that's going to be a constant.
Yes, it is. This game is actually decently hard. I would say that its predecessor is harder, but this game will give you a run for your money as well.
I wonder if anyone has ever done Nuzlocke rules for this.
Yes, they have. They're absolute madmen for doing it, but they have.
At the very least, I would say that you're allowed to only attempt to catch a Shadow Pokemon once for each Pokemon. If you knock it out, it's gone.
I believe that is the rule. You only have one attempt at them, period.
No Mirror B, but you can attempt every Pokemon in the game.
Yep. Pretty much if Mirror B shows up except for the final, you ignore it. Until you get to the end of the game, then you just kind of put them in a separate box as a walk of shame.
Yeah.
Because it's required to get them all before you can actually beat the game.
Oh.
Dude, anyone, especially in Gens 1 through 3, especially in Gen 2, if you get Abra in a Gen 2 game, you are going to destroy the entire game.
Yeah.
The elemental punches.
That's right. The elemental punches were originally fire, ice, thunder. They were all special types, which throw off of the special stat. That's right, that stat that no longer is its own thing.
Yep.
Alright. Teddiursa is able to one-shot a level 18 Mareep and get paralyzed. Love this car.
You know what this reminds me of during the side content here for fun? The fact that it's minigames, it reminds me of Pokemon Stadium. Which, fun fact, that was one of the best parts of Stadiums 1 and 2, the mini games.
Yeah, I will admit, I enjoyed the Sanshru Dig and the Lickitung Sushi Run against my family. The Clefairy one always got me eventually, or like 5 times out of 10.
Everybody.
5 times out of 10 it would get me.
You know, it's funny to see that right now, because it's like,
So
a Sandshrew just outsped me. It's like, Sandshrew's faster than you think it is.
Yes, it is. Your ground types were more fast than not in Gen 1. Honestly, I think the only one that wasn't speed-oriented was Marowak.
And it was more explosive.
Yeah, Marowak was the tank of the ground types.
Huh. Okay. Voltorb as the electric type in this card. I don't hate that.
Hey, buddy. Hi. Hello. Hi there. Hi there, Marco. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. I give you the attention.
Flying type could have been better, but I don't absolutely hate it.
Pittsburgh Park!
But to got the respect it deserved years later.
Years and years and years later.
Yep.
Now, if someone asks you for a Spearow in exchange for a Farfetch'd, you're asking if it's the Galarian kind.
Yep. If it is, then no. Then yeah, sure. Here you go.
Yep.
Also, you can choose the evolution. All you do is teach your focus energy and make sure it has the stick.
Yeah,
Pretty much guaranteeing critical hits with that.
give it the Big Leak or the Thick Bone, Night Slash and Focus Energy. Right.
And hit it repeatedly against something that's not going to one-shot.
Yeah, something with 30.
Yep.
Just go hit some Geodude back in the first cave or something.
There you go.
And just run away from all the Zubat. Just use Rock Smash to open the rocks. Things like that.
Yep.
And you can't do it in current games, but if it shows up in a remake, that's how you do it. Okay. Fight, Mega Drain, the Love Disc, Ember the Belusum, as the Love Discs use agility yet again. Good, good, good.
That's actually kind of cool. Whenever Farfetch'd attacks, it grabs its leak and charges it when it grabs its leak and charges like it's holding a spear.
Yeah. Alright.
By the way, I'm the one who voted for that to meme.
That is fair. You know the context.
Yep. I feel like it would be very amusing if we did that.
Let's swap in Jolteon. Absorb's not very effective against another grass type, so I'm good for that. Especially
By the way,
since
I
I drank
actually
more.
failed at doing battle bingo when I was younger. This day and age, because I have I'm a lot more wise with this game, with this series. This was easy. And that was supposed to be the hard part.
Alright, I saved the mother and daughter.
Okay, spawn Mars responding. The rock spawn. Alright.
So if I go right for the healing station, is there going to be a battle?
No. Just don't go near the steps going up.
Okay.
Which is, by the way, something I'm planning on doing whenever I get to Crystal Legacy, is getting the Abra from the game corner and just going ham with it. because fun fact, the game that I'm going to be playing, Kadabra is a all-time level.
Oh. If you could have any 3-stage non-pseudo legendary as your starter, and were guaranteed that it would evolve, what would you choose?
I mean, Abra is a good candidate. Ghastly's good, but here's the thing. Early on, it's going to struggle in most cases. Until it learns Nightshade. Until it learns Nightshade. Because early game Nightshade is very devastating. But 3-stager that happens to start. You know what? I'm going to answer that genuinely. I would actually take a Shinx.
Nice. Honestly, I'd go with Duskull.
Yeah. That's fair.
I mean, I would not be able to resist the being able to utilize Duskull that well. And 5-time hit with Fury Swipes? That's just rude.
Yet. So that just happened.
That's just rude. Hi.
This up now?
Really? How about after this battle, okay, buddy? Yeah, after this battle. And there's Togetic. I'm going to show you just how pathetic it actually is. Hi, buddy. It's okay.
Alright, that's my first full tempo box.
You see? 2 hits and it's gone. An Ember took it down to half.
Nice.
Bird.
Yeah, this character has some of the weakest Pokemon I've seen, because it's like Love Disc and Delibird, really.
And Love Disc was a different one, but Delibird. Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, yeah. After this
Also,
battle, but after this battle.
also Delibird falls under free experience
True.
because it's one of the Pokemon that yields a lot of experience, which makes sense concept-wise.
It's gifting you with experience.
Exactly.
The gift that keeps on giving. Especially when you crit it. Hi. It's okay. It's okay. Good boy. Like I said, after this battle, the battle's almost over.
Also, in case you haven't picked it up yet, all of the towns and the cities in Ouray are named after rocks.
Yeah.
Gadion is a type of mineral, Agate is a stone, and Pyrite is gold.
Yeah, Pyrite, I clocked it on Pyrite, honestly. And I was
The other
suspicious
city
with
is,
Agate, but...
The other city that you haven't seen yet is Fenak, which is named after Phoenicia.
Oh, an HP up. Alright, I'm gonna have to step away for a bit.
Okay.
My dog was demanding to be let outside, as you heard.
Mm-hmm.
I will be back shortly. I am back. Alright. The guy in the library just wants things to be quiet again. Metal Claw and Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb was because Yanma is not a tanky Pokemon. It has a level 26 Beyblade. Ancient Power! Yes. May raise all stats, it is Rock type. Honestly, let's get rid of Refresh here. There's Mischievous. I should have swapped out you. Yeah. And there's a Dust Skull. A Shadow Dust Skull? Oh yeah, I'm catching that. Welcome back.
If you took a break, I go and do one too because I needed to go take a bio break, and took care of my laundry.
Let's see. Let me check the stats on Issa real quick. Attack of 54. Yeah, that's going to be high for this point. I'm going to swap out to Whitebeard. A special attack of 30. And Water Gun. That would prevent it from being knocked out, probably. And then Thunder Wave to get it paralyzed.
Oh wow. So my natures are actually kind of crazy. The only one it isn't is Ralts. It's an impish nature. Not great.
I don't think that's terrible, though.
No, it is. Increases Pokemon's defense, but lowers its special attack. Yikes. Ah, my Zubat is a lonely nature. That's actually really good, though. It's plus attack minus defense.
Yeah, and for a glass cannon like Crobat, that is huge.
And then my Vulpix is a naive nature. It takes a hit to special defense, which it does not matter because the special defense is high anyway. And it gains speed. So, looks like 3 hits and 1 miss.
Yeah. At least, your Ralts isn't an adamant nature.
Yeah, that's more insulting than an impish nature.
Any female Ralts with an adamant nature is instantly not usable. A male Ralts with an adamant nature
you can just pivot to Glade.
after Gen 4.
Yep.
And Glade is insanely good.
It's not very fast, but it has a high attack and a high special defense. So it more than makes up for it. I think its base speed is only like 75. It's a lot lower than you think.
Yeah. But hey, if you pair it up with a Gardevoir built for Trick Room.
Oh yeah. Why do you think that's one of the combinations in CA?
Exactly.
When you're fighting the rogue Mega Gardevoir and Glade, why do you think the Gardevoir just sits back and does support?
Exactly. I don't. Is that in the DLC?
Yes.
Then that's why I didn't encounter that, but it makes sense. Okay.
The Gardevoir just sits back and sets up support, and the Glade blitzes here.
We'll set up for another water gun, but we're gonna throw a Great Ball at the Duskull.
Oh hey, I triggered the Munchlax event.
I did that off screen.
You get free focus back. Nice. Because the lady just gives it to ya.
Because it's her Munchlax.
Yep. She also gives you the herbal medicine, but never use that unless you're running a frustration build.
Yeah. Mirror B has appeared somewhere.
What the Munchlax is too, because that's just Munchlax's personality.
Yeah. I was hungry. I'm going home now. Munchlax is literally just a case of the Munchies personified.
Yep.
And now you'll never be able to unsee that.
By the way, I want to point out something very interesting that actually signifies some character growth. Barry, the rival in Gen 4.
He gets a Munchlax.
Yes, he is the most impatient person in the game. Yet he has a Munchlax, which takes 1,000 times of patience.
There are a number of possible scenarios for this. One, he actually had the patience. Two, he was spamming honey everywhere and catching anything that moved. Or three, he got stupid lucky.
Either way, for the character that he is, that's called growth.
Lick the Kadabra, because that is scary. And then side beam the Flappy. So it's after this that I can get Light Screen and Reflect, right?
Yep. And Protect, as well as if you want to run the strat, you can use the strategy of Rain Dance Thunder.
Yeah, you can.
Because this is double battle, so you do the math.
I mean, I wouldn't mind throwing a Rain Dance on a Quagsire. I am that evil that I would do that. Okay, the Lick knocked out the Kadabra. That is good.
Also, I want to point out something funny about this battle. So you were on the roof of that building, right?
Yep.
And now you're battling in the middle of the road.
Yep. I mean, having a singular battle background for each map location makes sense. And putting this as the same map location as the rest of the city also makes sense. And this was the era of the GameCube. Limitations, and they were a subsidiary, they were a third party that was doing a Pokemon game. Give them the benefit of the doubt for that.
Oh, so you distract the guard with a pop tune from a pop star. They change it. They actually do something funny in the mod for this game. They made it. They change it depending on the situation every time they update it. Recently, I believe it was "Shake It Off" by Taylor Swift. Hey, look, another Zubat.
Okay, I'm swapping out both of these guys.
That's what knocked it out. By the way, with Heat Wave, I don't need Flamethrower. That's the same power as Flamethrower.
And it hits both.
Also, I will be teaching it Sunny Day because I will be getting a victory down here.
Solar Beam!
Solar Beam and Chlorophyll. And these are called Double Battle Straps. 101.
Yep. In base games, you can just breeze through them easily enough these days, but it's fun to plan them out.
Also, I like the fact that every battle is a double battle in this game.
Me too.
I mean, yeah, there's Blueberry Academy and Scarlet and Violet, but that's post-game and it's DLC.
Yeah, and you even have to go through the storyline for that too.
Yeah.
You have to go through the storyline of that and the storyline for the Teal Mask.
It does make those Elite Four battles very challenging.
That it does. That is something to respect.
And then if you call it a battle coach, you get to battle all the gym leaders and devils. And they actually have that in mind for them.
And they're leveled accordingly too.
You can also invite like the Mona, Penny, and Marvin too.
And eventually, the ultimate boss of it all.
Yep. Wow. Okay, so I end up with Surskit as well.
I'm going to Ember, and I'm
rare...
going to Mega Drain.
You know, for the rare encounter, that's been kind of common between the two of us.
Oh, no. Do not knock this out. And I wouldn't be able to use it, but do not knock it out.
Yes, be very careful, because
okay. That's why I was okay with Mega Drain with Shroomish.
That's not good. I need to buy Pokeballs.
Alright, it's paralyzed, it's in the yellow.
Its catch rate's not super low anyway, so...
Yep, and it's caught.
Much trouble.
Random male vaults.
And another thing about them remaking these games, now you have an option. Without vaults.
If they were to remake it, which they won't.
Yep. Nope. Of course, I will say, don't say never because they remade Mystery Dungeon. And that was a random shot in the dark. Hey, Game Freak, could you also remake the second Mystery Dungeon game? Okay, thanks.
They won't.
Because the story on that game is so much better. I'm not saying that the first game was bad. I'm just pointing out that the storyline in the second game was much darker. And I actually like it.
I mean, I would want them to, but they won't, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think what inspired them to actually go and make or remake Mystery Dungeon was just someone did the watercolor artwork of at least one Pokemon, and they were like, how can we make money from this? And then landed on Mystery Dungeon.
So okay, so you get a Shuckle from the Surskit, but it appears that Duking Shuckle is predetermined. It has a calm nature, which is fantastic for it. And it already has Toxic and Encore and Substitute.
Oh.
Making it very good for post-game reasons. Shuckle did not become super trolly until later, but it's still not bad back then.
I mean, one of its... Or if you can get its ability that means all damage is 1.
Oh yeah, contrary, and they're just using Shell Smash. What can you do? Its defenses are at +6, and then you use Rest. Now what? So yeah, I'm impressed that they managed to find a suit of armor able to fit this guy. Especially how broad those shoulders are. Also, I want to point out something very funny about all the bodybuilders in the game. They've definitely skipped leg day.
They have. They took a page from Gaston.
Yep.
Okay,
this guy is actually decently tough. So
yeah.
Fair warning.
We are going to use Lick on the Psychic type. Oh, no, that is a Psychic Normal type.
Yes.
We'll use Psybeam on Loudred, though.
That and its evolution are the only Psychic Normal types to this day.
Indeedy, they are not.
Oh, Indeedy and Weirdeer, right?
But they were the first. Girafarig was the first.
It was the only one for a long time. And they have to be careful with normal Ghost because that type of combination is very good.
It is. He's using a flinch combo. Or a flinch strat.
His Pokemon also has some very good moves like Shockwave and Water Pulse.
I'm struggling against this first two.
Here's another shadow that I really wish this were remade. Snow Runs. Because Glalie is terrible, let's be fair. Froslass, however, no, it is not. Especially how brutal Mega Froslass is.
Oh, you already know what I named mine.
It's literally just Shiva, look at it.
It is. And they took out my Hades.
Also, I found out what its ability is.
What's its ability?
Snow Warning.
That makes sense.
So it starts snowing as soon as it enters battle, so it has boosted defenses now.
Okay, Jolteon, use Bite on the Girafarig. Let's try and get rid of it. Not enough.
boosted defenses, and a convertible reveal.
Okay, okay. And then Stomp is targeting Jolteon as well. Jolteon's down. Alright, Body Slam. No, I can't.
Oh yeah. One thing about the next area, when you clear it, you do get the EXP share.
That is gonna be good.
Meaning that if some of the wild Pokemon you want to train up start falling behind majorly, there you go.
They're gonna knock out my freaking Spheal. Yeah, Spheal's down. I'm gonna need to go and grind.
Surprised you haven't purified that skirmish yet.
I should. I was holding off so I had one usable Shadow Pokemon to resist enemy Shadow Pokemon, but at this point I think it's too far below, so I need to swap it out. And there's a Mawile.
Yep.
A Shadow Mawile.
And this was before it became extremely broken.
Yeah. And it's reversed. Because Shadow Mawile is a physical beast and can get strong jaws, but Dark was a special type, so Bite was not a physical move. Neither was Chomp. Neither was Fire Fang.
Yep.
Everything that made it insane.
And then later on they gave it a Mega Evolution with huge power. Because that was necessary.
Oh, huge power. That was the only thing that made me not afraid of it in ZA.
Yeah, because it didn't have its ability.
Yeah.
If it did, oh boy.
If abilities were in ZA,
Some of those fights would be 10 times harder.
yeah. Use Super Potion on Beyblade. And then Teddiursa tried to use Return on Girafarig. The Storm Girafarig is the biggest problem of all. Shadow Rush. Oh! 1 HP in a dream! One HP in a dream. And there's his Raichu. Shockwave. Okay. Yeah, Teddy Ursa is down. I'm gonna lose this.
What's funny is, though, I don't think the Raichu can do anything to you. I think all it has for attacking moves is Shockwave.
I'm unconscious now.
Yep.
Oh.
Do you just lose your chance for Mawile, though?
Apparently.
I did not know that. Let me look that up.
I mean, if that's all you lose, then I'm not too disappointed. I mean, remember, this is before Gen 4, before the special physical split. So Mawile is not the beast it is meant to be.
Right.
It also doesn't have the fairy type yet. That was an interesting choice for them to do for...
It does not say. There's literally nothing there. Winning this battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. Huh. Let's see. Huh. I never lost to him.
Show off.
Yeah, it does not say. I don't know.
And there are the Poke Snacks. I'm gonna buy 80 of them.
You don't really need that many of them.
Knowing my luck, I probably do!
Huh.
Alright, so the
I have
level
never
jump...
seen Shadow Shed actually used before.
The level jump is the very next area, correct?
Yes.
Alright, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lose the Mirror Bee encounter as I go to Agite Town and purify my Shroomish.
Oh, well, you know how it works. He'll be back. So, Pineco is a shadow Pokemon. I never would suggest this thing unless you just want to have a wall.
A very flammable wall.
Yes. Due to that type combo, though, having only one weakness, it does serve its purpose pretty well as a wall, though.
True.
Just keep it away from fire.
Keep it away from fire. And it's already gotten to level 18. Shroomish obtained a ribbon?
Yeah, so whenever you purify a Pokemon,
Oh, right.
they all contain a ribbon. They all get a ribbon, which do carry over, by the way.
Alright, I
All the
need to
way
come
up
up with
through
a name
Pokemon
for...
Home, every single Pokemon will have it.
I need to come up with a name for a female Shroomish that will be a Breloom. I think I got it.
Taylor would be a funny name. You know why? Anya Taylor-Joy and Jen Taylor both voice Princess Peach.
You can't tell me that the Breloom head doesn't look like that hat.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point.
And with how much of a puncher it is...
Yep.
Oh, I ended up catching 2 Zubat at some point.
Well, again, Purify Chamber.
Yeah. They're both
They're
poison
filler
and
for the
flying.
Purify Chamber.
They're both poison and flying.
Well, I have the most obvious name ever for this Vulpix.
Kyubi?
Yep. Well, it's male, so I could also name it Kurama.
You could name it Kurama. You could name it Naruto. You could name it... Oh, what are some other ones?
Yeah, I've already got to be there.
Shippo. Technically not Ninetales, but he would eventually be. Let's be honest.
You use a poison type move on a Zubat. Smart. Oh, that wasn't necessary. A critical hit water gun on a Nubble. That was not necessary at all.
Another Dustox? I'm just doing some grinding in Agate.
You can also do it in Pyrite Town.
Hydrate.
I have a can of soda next to me, so I'm good. Alright, Vulpix learning Confused, right? Yeah, please.
Alright, so my biggest question currently is, are there battles immediately when you get to the town?
No.
Alright, so you could possibly get to the shop before encountering a battle?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to probably, after a couple of battles here, go ahead and grab Light Screen and Reflect for Beyblade. Because let's be honest, Claydol is a good setup for that.
Yes, it is. It's bulky to begin with.
Which gives
And
you the
dual
time to
screening.
do so.
Hey, I should totally use dig on a coffin, right?
In their defense, this was not an era when the battle AI was planned out as well. That they're going for what would be a super effective move is impressive in its own right.
Yep. Oh my gosh, you are the worst. Spamming minimize.
Oh, I laugh out of pain because I know that I think it was a Koga battle where I had a guy, or at least one, or the Koga gym in like Gen 1, when I had one character, one NPC that had, I think it was a Grimer that was just constantly using minimize. Tifa has false swipe.
Huh. Not bad. Very optimal for catching.
Yes. Stun Spore and false swipe.
Good thing I'm not a fairy type yet. Using poison moves on my routes. Good thing I'm not a fairy
Yeah.
type yet.
Yeah. The AI is too advanced.
Predicting mechanics, it won't exist for another, let's see, this came out in 2005, so would not exist for another 10 years. Yeah, let that sink in. X and Y just turned 11.
4 years till it's considered retro.
Yep. Actually, 12.
3 years until it's considered retro.
Yep. I think the 3DS has already hit that.
Yeah.
requirement. what makes me feel it now these days was a couple years ago when they said the Xbox 360 was retro. I'm like, God, really?
Oh, boy. Well, in defense of making myself feel old, I turned it around and I accept that I am old. I even came up with the sort of epic monologue about how old I am.
Another thing that happened too was I work in retail and we got copies of them remastering American Idiot for the 20th anniversary of that album.
Oh boy.
It's like, I remember when that album came out, I was sitting in middle school still. Okay, so the downside about trying to raise a Zubat, it has no moves early on.
If only it could learn U-turn, which wouldn't be possible in this gen.
Nope. We're one gen away from that happening. Good thing this guy's a grass type trainer, so you sitting here using Heat Wave is hilarious.
Okay, I am going to go and visit that town. I'm going to... Do I have enough to buy... I have 5,000. I should have enough to buy both of them. And hopefully get the experience share.
Well, the XP share is not until you clear the town.
Oh.
And of course, they built a city around an oasis in the desert. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Battle CDs?
Yeah, so battle sims, you can clear those in your off time if you want to, because the thing is, you get some pretty good rewards for beating them.
Okay, there's the tower.
And I'm going to let you know, they will not let you in until you go there first.
Okay.
Because the game checks if a cutscene's been triggered.
I mean, that is the best way to go about it. I mean, we can give early Pokemon games as much crap as we want, but they got around the Dragon Fang situation with the 8th gem of Johto rather good.
Yes.
They did
If
it
you
well.
trade one in, Claire calls you out for it.
It checks to see if you pick if the one that is in the cave is there or not.
Yep.
If you try to do it with the trading, it is just perfectly called out.
And I like that the game does that. It's rare to see games do that these days.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that a lot of games almost endorse the cheating of that level. What's over here?
Those switches do nothing. They're just there for show. So, Real Grim Tower used to be the main base of Cypher back in Coliseum. This used to be their HQ. Which is like, you know, you're kind of hiding in plain sight, though, if you think about it.
Okay, so I am too low to buy both of them, but let's see. I have an awakening. What does that sell for? Not enough, but I'm selling it anyway.
Not much, but you don't need them.
Wait. I was wondering if I had a nugget or not.
Are nuggets in this game? Yes, yes they are. I think there's only like one or two now. No, no, I don't think they are. I think the only way to get them is by pickup. I do vaguely remember having some, but I think I got them from pickup.
I mean, I had to check.
We do get the amulet coin somewhat soon, though.
That's good. And you can continuously rebattle people.
Fun fact, by the way. You notice how you get cash prizes for the Coliseum battles?
Are they double
That actually
too?
does. Yes, it doubles if you have an amulet coin.
So I'm going to be grinding in the Coliseum after this. Or after that, anyway.
It's a little bit of a roundabout, though, because we got to gain access to the ship first. Which isn't for a while. Oh, yeah, now you can go back to the city if you want to.
Ah.
Because, again, it checks for the cutscene with Folly and Trudley.
Oh, so just those two then, okay.
Yep.
Well, you never said what cutscene, so I was wondering if I was going to need to actually battle before that. Wait.
Nope. I just did that just cause.
I missed out on an item in there, but that's fine.
I believe there are 2 vitamins in there. One's a calcium and one's a carbos. Which are both very good items.
Now you're chasing your dust skull.
Yep.
I'm
Interrupting his run cycle. Yay!
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to him, really. Can you not talk to this guy?
You gotta cut him off. walking detection's a little weird.
So the shop's not even open? What the heck?
Nope. I'm also going to let you know the healing location. The Pokemon Center, there's no attendant. So there is a house that you have to go to in the upper right-hand area of the map. And you can rest in the bed. Apparently the old man in there is just cool with you sleeping in his bed. Apparently.
Okay, apparently not this one. Three Ultra Balls, that's good. You know what I have to say about the Mirror B radar?
What?
Still better than a settlement needing our help.
Yeah, true. True. I played through that game and I had a mod installed that stopped Preston for doing that. He would still do it, but not as frequently. But that's the point of the mod. And it's literally just titled enough about the settlements already, Preston.
Yeah. I think this is the only reason people will choose to betray Preston and the Minutemen in the DLC. Just stop already.
Yep.
It doesn't stop him though, does it?
No, and what's funny is it's just like he just suddenly becomes bipolar. He's like, I hate you for what you did. By the way, you want to go help us? What? By the way, you want to go help us destroy the Institute now?
Yeah.
It's just like, huh?
Only Bethesda.
Speaking of which, so one of the reasons why I bought an Xbox Series S was because of the new Fable. I found out it's not exclusive to Microsoft anymore.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. So there's like a couple more playthroughs left that I want to do on that, and I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't want it.
Mayor's note.
Yep, this is going to trigger the basically a town coming out of hiding. Also, what's crazy is the entire town has been taken over by them, and they're all masquerading as the civilians. That's insane that they were able to do that on this grand of a scale.
Yeah.
Shows you what happens when the antagonists are actually serious. Also, when you mentioned Shorty, you mentioned Calyrex, the Shadow Rider Calyrex. That thing is very powerful now.
Psychic Ghost is a broken combo, almost as much as normal Ghost.
Sure, it has 2 quad weaknesses, but you're taking great advantage of its high special attack.
You really are. I think I'm just gonna defeat this snow runt for the XP for now, and wait until Mirror B has it to catch it for filling out the decks. Neither of us are gonna use a snow runt in this because Frostlass isn't in it.
Frostlass isn't in, and Glaylie's honestly terrible.
Yeah. Plus, it's a male one.
But the problem with Glalie is that it has the same stat straight across the board, and that hurts.
It really does.
If they're not above 90, then whatever. Because it's like, sure, Mew has the same stats straight across the board, but it's 100 in each.
Yeah, I mean, flat 100 as the origin of all Pokemon, it makes sense.
I believe Arceus is base 120 and everything.
Yeah.
So, God itself having the same stat straight across also makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on how you build those two. You can learn every single move. All of them.
And Arceus can be any type of one.
Exactly. And its signature move is any type it is.
Yep.
Alright, the Golbat hits himself in confusion. Siding going on.
Except for Legends Arceus, because the Legend play is a thing.
Which makes it every type. Technically. Yep. It just swaps whatever type your target is most weak to.
Essentially Protean, but better. Which Protean's already a broken ability that they had to the point where they had to nerf it.
Yeah. Might be in that's fine. Alright. Issa will use Return. Beyblade's gonna swap out for Tifa. Tifa needs the experience, and I feel like Return might just one-shot this. If it doesn't... Oh, that was targeting that one. Okay.
Yeah, all three of my spot markers were going crazy. The reason why I didn't do that is I think I lose the chance for these optional battles if I leave the city. A Gligar at the rock spot. Okay. I forgot to buy Pokeballs. Oh well, I have 2 Ultra Balls in a dream, I guess. Or I could one-shot it. That also works. Okay. Before I get carried away all willy-nilly, I better go buy some Pokeballs.
Yep. I knew it. No healing, just Cypher. Murkrow and Pineco.
Also, I'm a bit ashamed of myself.
Okay, but why this time?
There was one game music I was listening, piece of game music I was listening to. I was like, you know, this is a nice guitar solo. I'm like, wait a minute, this is a saxophone. As a musician who actually plays the saxophone, I am ashamed of myself.
You wanna know what's funny though? No matter what JRPG you're playing, you can always tell when you're in the final fight when the orchestral music is at its peak and the lyrics are in Latin.
Yep.
Not that you're ever going to use those elixirs.
Another surskit? Alright, game, I see ya, but I would like one of the other two rare encounters.
I'm just going to wipe out this pinecone probably. Oh, it's still, it's burned. It might go unconscious.
If not, just poke a ball at it. You're pretty much guaranteed to get it.
Yeah. Not that I'll use it. Nope, it's unconscious. It was around long enough just to hit me in the face once. Okay, and I will swap Hades with Tifa for the experience points. I figured a level 27 Teddy Ursa with this level of return would probably do okay here.
It's at max happiness because you have 4 hearts now. So there you go.
Yeah. Imagine an Ursa-rang max happiness return.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And the thing about Ursaring, its attack stat is monstrously high. It's a bear, of course it is.
It's unbearably powerful.
Another reason why I wouldn't mind a remake of this game is, could you imagine Ursa Luna in this game?
Yeah.
How ridiculously strong that would be. It's like, would they put the Peak Block? Yeah. They probably make it like one of the Mount Battle prizes, and it's like, that wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. So 6 Justies, and they're counting themselves off. Guess who they are?
I don't know what they could be.
Also, these guys become, this is when they start becoming good experience buffs. Because you can just keep battling them over and over if you want to, because they never leave.
Awesome.
Well, they never leave the Pokemon Lab. They'll always be there, though. I believe they scale with you, too. Each time you complete an area, they get stronger.
Good to know.
Also, it's funny
level
because this
28.
is the only time these 6 are competent. Which I find really funny.
No idea which one is going to be where, and I'm good with not knowing.
There is a very subtle hint about them. It's actually pretty neat.
Is it what they're near?
No. So, red, blue, and green are where the red, blue, and green guys were in Coliseum.
Ah. And as someone that hasn't played that, I am still going in blind.
Essentially, the reason why they do that is because essentially it's pick your Johto starter. That's why they do that. will say, when it comes to picking your Johto starter in those games, the only one you don't want is Baby.
Yeah. And
this was before Bailey was good.
I would have gone with my usual anyway.
What, Alligator?
No. Cyndaquil.
Ah. Well, you get its mid-stage, but still. And it's like, well, it's even better because I like Quillen.
True. Out of all of the starter Pokemon, Cyndaquil is my favorite.
The best part is, you know, I think Gen 5 is when we started getting the middle stage syndrome, where the middle stage of the starters are very uninspired.
It really is, I think. Let's see.
Because I did not care for... The only one I liked out of those mid-stage was Dewott.
But it feels so out of place given the third stage.
Yeah. Granted, it is on all fours, but if you see the anime, what it does is it rips off its scout top and stands on its hind legs.
Yeah, and that's just... That, I think I deleted that episode from my brain.
And I'm like, oh, now I understand why it's called Samurai, because now it's fighting like a samurai. As if the armor and appearance didn't give it away.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that is one of my... That's actually one of my favorite Digimon designs. Gaiomon or Samudramon, whatever you want to call him.
What about Susanomon?
Susanomon? I think its design looks very basic, but I will say its weapon is kind of crazy.
Hey, you're not
It's a
wrong.
giant transformer gun that turns into a giant blade.
Also, it's the Omnimon of the Frontier.
Yep.
Literally.
Yep. Well, it even states that is the inheritor of the spirit of the legendary warriors.
Exactly. And he runs away. Wait, he dropped something. Battle CD.
Yeah, they all drop one battle CD.
Nice. Max Return is just... It's gonna carry.
So a potential male Gardevoir, what should I name it?
Do you want an honest name or do you want a pun name?
Either will do.
Femboy BOI.
Oh dear. Alright.
I'm not wrong.
No, you're not.
Also, if this guy's water, then my potential theory still holds. The tree was almost completely on top of the green guy with its leaves.
No, I believe this guy's the fire guy.
Ah!
But yeah, middle stage syndrome is where it's like the middle form of the starter is just not appealing in any way whatsoever.
It just...
It exists.
I feel like
It
with
exists,
Gen
and that's the
8,
best
they
I
put
can say
some
about it.
thought into it, but at the same time, eh,
No, I think that no, they were making a joke of how teens go through an emo phase
yeah.
with Raboot and Grisile.
And then a punk phase with rookies.
Yeah.
Also, without the presence of badges or anything limiting you, overleveling a singular Pokemon in order to just sweep everything aside is possible.
Yep.
And I'm unintentionally going that route with Teddy Ursa because it's so good!
Also, too bad the Toxic Orb / Flame Orb didn't exist yet because that's guts when it evolves.
Yeah.
However, you could intentionally do something to it.
I could Thunder Wave it.
And they'll go from probably two-shotting something to one-shotting something.
Yeah. As long as it can move. And Will-O-Wisp isn't a thing in this game yet.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Will-O-Wisp was invented in Gen 3. But only a handful of Pokemon could learn it.
Duskull can.
Yes, it can. I think it naturally learns it, or has it.
You're gonna
I
be
don't
the
think
grass.
Vulpix
You're gonna be the
can,
water guy.
Which is
No, you're purple.
Which is funny because it's like the legend of the nine-tailed fox. It
Yeah.
attacks with Will-O-Wisp from each tail.
Okay. Being able to go every turn and then Guts canceling out the physical attack having of Burn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to... That and they're both beasts.
Yes.
They're gonna be my main two.
Now, the thing with Will-O-Wisp was not a lot of things could learn it when they introduced it. It was mostly ghost-type Pokemon, which aesthetically makes sense.
And hex-wise makes sense.
Yep. Hey, look, my Zubat can actually battle and fight.
Alright, so my strategy is gonna be I'll set up with Beyblade.
Oh yeah, that's going to make the boss fight actually a bit easier. Because dual screens.
Yeah. Once I beat these 6, I should have more than enough money to get the other screen. And then I'll throw them on them. I'm gonna grab Duskull from the PC and purify it. Beyblade missed its side beam. And then... I think I'll start off Duskull and Beyblade. That way I can set everything up beforehand.
You have two walls on your side.
Yeah. And then, once everything's set up, swap out Beyblade for Issa, and then just destroy everything.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The Shadow Ball TM won't be a complete blank to you.
Yeah.
Dustclops actually has the attack to use it.
Yeah. Where do you get Shadow Ball?
Yeah, the Team Snag'em hideout. Not for a while.
I see.
But I don't even need to tell you how useful that move is.
Oh, no you don't. Especially since Ghost is a physical type.
Like I said, I think they should have. Which Game Freak would have thought ahead? It's like they already have the Dark type as a concept.
I have to use the bio break, so I will be right back again. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I mean, there could be something on the opposing side that has flash fire. That's about the only reason I would say that Flamethrower would trump Heat Wave. Yeah, at that point, Fire Spin is not. It's not. They were. Ooh. Yeah, it wouldn't even let you do anything. It wouldn't let you swap out. Nothing. Yeah. And you might be thinking, with Dragonite's body, how could it possibly learn Wrap? It learns it from before it evolves. It is just beware hugs. Honestly, I feel like the entirety of Beware is from when we had Dragonite Rap, as well as the concept of cuteness aggression. But this time the cuteness is aggressive against you! Let's be honest, the Beware adopts Team Rocket. And that was the best Team Rocket has ever lived. And it brought them food! And let's be honest, among all of the Ultra Beasts, Pheromosa is scary. High speed, high attack. At that point, its defense hardly matters. Ooh. I like to imagine they were both using close combat. Yeah, bug type should resist fighting. I'm not talking about the weakness that Beware has. I'm talking about the resistance that Pheromosa had. Bug type does indeed resist fighting. Have you ever tried to karate chop a fly? Wait, I didn't want to leave. That didn't remove them, did it? Oh, then I already... Alright, so we're going back to the mayor's house. Yellow and brown. Return on that one. We'll swap you out for Claydol. Yeah. It has been. It was so good when it was first introduced, but then it just faded back into oblivion, really. Not just on... It was hard. It was hard to find and catch, but at the same time, its power was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like it was on par with Kangaskhan in usability. A little bit niche, but just like with Kangaskhan, it was powerful. But then the power curve happened. Yeah. Level 29. Issa should evolve soon. Right? Ah. Alright, let's see if a single return will be able to finish this Magnemite off. Yep. Yes. That's the same feeling as a soundproof Pokemon with your as your partner and you're using Perish Song. Especially if that soundproof Pokemon is using the lag tail and you decide to use something like U-turn. And you can't use it in this gen, but as reference. There were a lot. Oh, yeah. We will send in Beyblade. I'm leaning too much on Beyblade, honestly. Alright, this is true. I think the only dark type that might have not been physical focused was Murkrow, but that could have just been because its stats were so low because it didn't evolve. Yeah. without the use of Terra types. Yes. I am so happy with the existence of Paldean Wooper. Yes. Yeah. Quagsire is just the natural progression of a Wooper. I have arms now. I'm still happy. It's a quad weakness, but hey. Exactly. If you're using me against a grass type, you're the problem, not me. Alright. Do we have to go into the lab to continue this area's plot? Yep. Alright, I've already fought all of the... Spoink and one of the useless bugs. They probably would have been better if they were. It would have. And if they'd got Signal Beam and Thunderbolt, they would have been great. Even if their stat... Yeah. And even if their stats are as crap as they are, they could have been useful if they had typed them better. And freaking... And the freaking Beetle of Doom. Yep. Freaking Rail Cannon Beetle. It is insane. True. Yep. Every single Alolan Pokemon is slow. It's basically a war dance. Oh yeah. Rabombi was from Alola. True. I'm pretty sure it's the slowest regional bird on record. Oh, that's good. Hack, hack, hack! Yes, because in that one, it was a situation. There was a reason for the situation. I accidentally still had you muted.
Oh. But Ash famously has a Pidgeotto.
That he threw a rock at the Spearows and all that. He sent his Caterpie after the Pidgeotto.
Yeah, that didn't turn out too well, now did it?
And he eventually abandoned both those Pokemon.
It actually comes full circle in Journeys, but the thing is, you had to wait until the final season with Ash.
By the way, if any of you want to hear the other side of this entire conversation, go ahead and check out Ryu no Kage 33.
Oh, yeah.
Headbutt. That's not bad. We can get rid of Refresh.
Also, it's
for
not
that.
going to be Shroomish for much longer. I believe it evolves into Breloom at 24. It's very early. I have a question about this. Beyond, is his first name?
Metal. Oh, no. We're gonna go with Return on the Coffin.
His name is Fenton. Is his first name Danny?
Well, maybe his parents built a very strange machine.
Mm-hmm. That could make it see a world in between. A world unseen. Sorry.
And the Intimidate for that happens.
That's
It was.
Just a shame the Push Hardening came out.
Yeah. And if you watch the entirety of it, it does end on a good note.
True.
And if it was gonna... a lot of shows tend to rush their endings. It didn't feel like Danny Phantom did.
Yeah, that's true.
He gave up on it, but he said, I'm still ending it on what I want to end it with.
I'm going to end it on my own terms.
Yeah. And I feel like that speaks so much about the type of person they are.
So, fun fact, before the worlds evolved into Curlia, it gained Calm Mind.
Nice. That is a move that will stay in your moveset for the entirety of that Ralts' existence.
Yep. If I get off at least 2 of those, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to sit here and sweep you now. Sound good?
Oh, especially if, and it's not in this game, but for anyone who's going through this competitive, pair your Gardevoir with a Bidoof or Bibarel with Simple, and then use Roleplay. Then Calm Mind. Then destroy them all!
I love how they always make it seem like in storyline, Simple is such a bad ability. And it's like, no, it really isn't.
Especially
one of the most broken abilities in the series.
By the way,
oh, it evolves earlier than I thought it did.
Level
Maybe
30.
They change it because of Ursa Luna.
Maybe. But yeah, Simple is the best ability possible. All stat changes are doubled.
This also works against you, though. If there's any move that lowers it by 1 stage, it will be 2 levels.
Any move that lowers it by 2 stages will drop it by 4.
Yep. So like I said, it's a double-edged sword.
It is, but it's worth it when you can drop something like a defense curl for 2 at level ridiculously low.
I remember our last playthrough. Someone used Simple Beam on me, and I was like, I have Dragon Dance. Are you sure you want to do that?
Oh. Simple Beam is something you can use on your team.
Yep.
Just too good.
It was against a Gyarados. It had it's like it had Dragon Dance. Are you sure you want to do that?
There's no stopping that Gyarados at that point.
No.
Especially if its original ability was Intimidate. And you already got that off.
Yep.
So I lowered your attack, and now you're letting me double up on my Dragon Dances? Thank you. I'll make this quick.
Literally.
Alright.
So you have an Ursa Ring now, and that thing is going to hurt.
Yeah.
So much so that I think one of the admins uses one in this game. Another thing that's kind of neat is that every admin has their own strategy. Lavrina really didn't, because that's the point. She's supposed to be the first opponent. She's not going to be that difficult.
Okay, they confused my Ursaring. I gotta swap him out. He's too powerful to be left confused.
The second admin who we're about to face off against, he uses a weather strategy. Which is very good. And then the third one uses Protect Earthquake as a strategy. And one of his Earthquakers is an Ursaring.
I mean, if you're swapping out who's doing the Protect and who's doing the Earthquake, it has a better chance of going off.
Yep. Huh. Maybe I should consider just keeping a fighting type on my squad, because there's a lot more normal Pokemon than I remember.
You're welcome for the Hariyama.
To be fair, I've never used Hariyama before. Also, nice attention to detail. Whenever Zigzagoon attacks, it walks in a zigzag. It runs in a zigzag. And
That
whenever
is
Lightning
cool.
attacks, it just runs in a straight line.
I am so glad they gave him an Absol with what is right beside him. And same with the guy with the Mighty Ana.
That would be kind of silly if they did that.
No, they did. The guy with the Absol beside him uses an Absol as his last Pokemon, and the guy with the Mighty Ana beside him uses the Mighty Ana as his last Pokemon. Neither of them are Shadows, but it's a nice touch.
At least they kept it in mind.
Alright, time to swap some Pokemon out. And you're fine. You're just gonna continue headbutting it. You wanna know the real reason Headbutt was added?
Huh.
They made Bite Dark, so they had to add a Headbutt to replace it.
Oh yeah, that's true. And it does the same thing. The flinching.
Yeah.
I think it's the same power too.
I mean, yes, it can knock things out of trees, but it's literally your normal type move with a simple attack power that causes your opponent to occasionally flinch.
I wonder if you would be worth it, because I've never used you before.
Well, the Absol woke up and used Bite.
Not two. It's like I've never used them before. I wonder if that would be worth it.
I mean, they're not bad. And it was from Johto, so honestly, they were a pretty good Pokemon back in the day.
And they would fit both niches I need, which is flying and psychic. Let me see here.
And Breloom!
There you go.
My two biggest hitters. Currently.
Look at Gardevoir in comparison. I mean, this one's just going to be stronger all around.
Alright, Mach Punch. Mach Punch is replacing Headbutt.
Okay, so here's the trade-off. Gardevoir hits harder, but is slower and has worse defenses than Xatu. But Xatu doesn't hit as hard and is slightly faster.
Yeah. And it's an almost even split between those two, I think. And the biggest difference is going to...
Gardevoir's BST is 518 and Xatu's is 470. Which tells me that Xatu could definitely have, because that's a pretty low stat total.
Yeah, that is. Huh.
Well, that might be why I never mess with Xatu, because it's not that good. A Jolly Nature, that's absurd.
Yeah. And this is before mints, everyone.
Yep, mitts were not a thing until Sword and Shield. Which is why I somewhat have nicknamed the Gen 6 the accessible generation.
Yeah.
Because it was the first game in the series to make it easier to get the competitive what you want it to be.
Honestly, Gen 6, I have my feelings about it. It was... It was...
The fact that they gave up on it,
Yeah.
that still bothers me.
I forgot how fast Breloom was.
Yeah, it's quick. I believe it's one of the faster grass types in the series.
Oh! Duskull went into reverse mode.
Yeah, Duskull's going to be a bit underwhelming for a bit, but we'll get there.
And that's fine. I'm saying it went into reverse mode. I can use Call on it.
Mm-hmm. I find it funny how we're sort of mirroring what happened in the Sword and Shield race. It's like you're getting bulky, but at least a few heavy hitters. And I seem to be...
You are still the offense. I am still the defense.
Oh, someone has to be the sword and someone has to be...
Yes, the sword that blocks everything and the shield that punches them in the face.
Also, shield punching in the face. I don't know, have you ever seen Goofy?
Exactly. Alright, Shadow Wave and... Oh, we have Torment going on us. Okay. Stun Spore is Duskull. Excellent.
I have done this before. I never recommend you do it because it is pain. Raising a Shroomish until it's level 41 for it to get Spore. It is pain. With a capital P.
But it's worth it. Unless you are playing a more recent Pokemon game, in which case you can just have them.
Anyway.
Yeah, it just gives it to you. There is no more point in holding off on evolutions.
No. And then here's the point about that. Spore is a 100 accuracy sleep. That is why people go out of their way to learn it, and why it's now a banned tactic in VGC. Sort of. Its sleep clause is where no more than one Pokemon can be asleep at one time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a bit of an interesting rule because you can totally cheese it by just switching out that one that's asleep and they can't do it anymore.
Not very effective, but it didn't need to be. Duskull's paralyzed. Go with a Shadow Wave and a Mega Drain.
Would be a Shadow Roselia. Again, if this were a generation later, this would be worth it.
Oh. What if in a different version or different universe it was only level 1 Pokemon, but they appeared to be a higher level, question marks all over the name, and they were the lowest evolution of a Pokemon, including baby stages, and those were the Shadow Pokemon.
Yep. One thing I always find funny about Roselia, though, is its hit animation. It just gets up with its hands on its hips like, why did you do that?
Sunspore was disabled, but that's fine. This is going to be its last turn anyway.
Huh. The one time a critical hit did not backfire. Crit Ember on the Roselia and it survived, but I did burn it.
Is it gonna get knocked out by the burn?
I think it's just out of health range, which means if it breaks out of this Pokeball, it will.
The guy that was running around with his Duskull had a Duskull as his last Pokemon.
Yep.
I'm so happy with all three of those.
Also, one thing I always find kind of weird is whenever you beat these peons, they just disappear.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened? Did you just off them or something?
I mean, considering the last Coliseum...
Yeah.
Oh, we got Astonished now. But let's punch a teddy bear.
How cruel, but it works.
I am not sorry for that image. Oh, Corsola. Oh, shut it with Shockwave. Mega Drain?
Quad weakness on the Corsola.
And I'm healed up.
Yep.
And if a Breloom could learn Mega Horn, or no, what is Sawsbuck's signature move?
Oh, Horn Leech.
Horn Leech, that's it.
That would be so mean if Breloom could learn that.
It would. I wish. Maybe a regional variant will show up with the horns.
Yeah. It is funny to run it on Xerneas, though.
Yeah. I mean, Yveltal has Wings of Oblivion, so
Yep.
Xerneas deserves something.
Also, I did like using it in CA because being like, the Pokemon are focused on me, so let's just go ahead and use Geomancy while you're just sitting over there.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually a person.
Yeah, the old man and the lady in front of the mayor's house are the ones that apparently escaped somehow.
They were overlooked because they were supposed to have been replaced by the Prism Rangers there,
Yeah.
but they all wanted to be the same guy.
To be fair, yeah, I mean, you could just ignore them and go straight into the gym. But for them to just serve as a diversion, hey, it works.
Yeah. And it's worked on me. I'm grinding experience before I go anywhere near that place.
Yep. I think a good place to call it is just clearing out the area until we get to the Coliseum itself. Because Coliseum is where the boss fight is, and we need a grind.
The Coliseum is where the boss fight is?
Yeah. But we're not allowed there yet.
Alright, so that's where the level jump happens.
Yeah. Or try to evolve the Flappy and the Ampharos and get everyone to at least level 20 or 29.
Oh!
Because, yeah, you want to be ready for this because they don't make it easy on you because you have to battle his crony and then him one after the other. You don't get to heal.
Oh boy. Mirror B showed up. And there's also this kid that I'm pretty sure isn't an imposter.
Oh yeah,
with how he reacted
the
to
kid
the
is possible
6.
to be one.
And it didn't stop the Wu-Tai in Crisis Core.
Isn't that true? Of course, do we really count that because it's Yuffie?
No, it wasn't Yuffie. The Wu-Tai spies in Crisis Core that are infiltrated Midgar.
Yeah, that's right. And then there's Yuffie, who's a kid at that time.
Yeah, Yuffie was just a kid at the time.
I believe she's the youngest party member in 7. It's like not a whole lot of time really passed.
I'm pretty sure that the replacement Kite Sith is.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. If you want to get technical, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, he's a robot.
I mean, Reeves in his 30s, so who knows? That's why he doesn't do anything himself, because he's just not physically able to.
Yeah. Shadow Wave and a Mach Punch on Lanoon.
But
Draw
considering
these
the
other
squad is a master swordsman, a big dude with a gun for an arm, a guy that might as well be a vampire carrying a gun.
Let's get it right. Vincent's a Demon Lord.
Yeah, true.
If we consider Chaos to be a singular entity, the summoning materia for Chaos is basically summoning Garland, who's been the ultimate force behind a lot of stuff since the original Final Fantasy game.
Yeah.
Which means this time he's on your side. Possibly unwillingly. But it distinctly puts him as a Demon Lord, not a vampire.
Yeah.
I, however, will still and always hold true to the point of view that if Zack had woke Vincent up from that coffin, the entire plot of Final Fantasy VII would have been drastically different.
Yeah.
He would have been able to wipe out those Shinra troopers, storm the place, and probably stop Sephiroth before he became completely possessed by the parasite that is Genova. Because
Also, the crazy thing always was, it's like Vincent always called Sephiroth his greatest sin. It's like, what does he mean by that?
Vincent was in love with the woman that was Sephiroth's mother, and although not his father, he likely viewed Sephiroth as his own son, up until the point where he was trapped by Shinra in that coffin.
Yep.
And used as an experiment himself.
And when Sephiroth went insane, it's like, well, he can't help but feel partially guilty for what happened.
Exactly. Any further discussion on this will hold until the point where we go through and rate the Final Fantasy villains. But I'll leave you on.
Sephiroth is one of those examples where someone is a third Surskit, really? Anyway, Sephiroth is like, he's not really the villain if you think about it.
He's the victim. The villain is
Yeah.
Genova and the Shinra Corporation, where the
Yep.
Shinra Corporation is the more obvious one, but Genova is the force working behind that is corrupting and possessing Sephiroth, turning him into the monstrosity that he eventually becomes.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I remember something funny about Surskit. The anime voice it has.
Oh,
In the Japanese version, whenever Viola sends out her Surf Skit against Ash, it's like, here's the flash of the Pokemon. It just goes, ah.
Ha!
That's it. It just goes, ah.
Alright, I have gotten him down to just the Shadow Pokemon with this move. The hit animation of Krylia is funny.
Yes, it is. Also, what's crazy is all the Gen 3 Pokemon animations were done completely from scratch. Because what they did was they more or less copied and pasted from Stadium 2 for everything else. Which, I mean, there's nothing truly wrong with that.
Exactly. I mean, they had the resources right there.
Yep. There's an optional battle outside of the HQ lab. The guy actually, he's another character that levels up with you. But he can become annoying because one of his Pokemon is Shedinja.
Ah. Well, too bad for him. I have Houndour.
Houndour and Duskull can deal with it.
Yes.
Because at some point he gets an Encada and then it evolves, and you know how that works.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am going to warn you about the Justy impersonator. He likes using Double Team.
Ah.
He's one of those opponents.
I see.
I'm also going to warn you about something. Since Realgrim Tower has been unlocked, Mirror B will sometimes show up there. You might just want to wait until we go somewhere else. Because Realgrim Tower, the Pokemon are capped at level 40.
Ah.
So that's going to be brutal.
I mean, I know Breloom is weak to this Golbat if they were to use Wing Attack, but I didn't think they would.
I don't think... No, Golbat should have Wing Attack. I don't know why... You know what? I wouldn't complain.
It's because it's just a power move, and it's not too high an attack to keep around. So the AI ignores it as a subpar move without considering the potential of a lot of grass-type Pokemon existing and being weak to flying-type moves, fighting-type being weak to flying-type moves, bug-type being weak to flying-type moves.
Hooray. That's a third chamber.
So while Wing Attack is simple, a move, and easy to overlook, it's still a good one to have at least one or two members of the team have access to.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't going to jinx it for you.
Leech Light. You have Shadow Leech
This was
too.
before, and this was before the buff to Leech Life, so it still sucks. Now to compensate, whenever you run into a Wild 2 bad early game, now it has Absorb instead.
Thundershock on Golbat will not quite wipe it out. This could be a problem. Alright. I think after I try and catch this Roselia, I might want to call it.
Yeah.
Was my bio break on the longer side earlier?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna have to edit this. And Duskull fainted.
Also, yeah, we're at 4 hours, so I think that's a good place to call it. Again, this is what happens when you actually have competent foes.
Yeah. Mud Slap and Thundershock. Mud Slap's going to be neutral. Oh, you're still alive because you knocked out that one.
Well, that would be interesting. Someone I follow, he's doing a Soul Link. That is a Nuzlocke where the two
players.
Pokemon that... Yep.
It's a two-player Nuzlocke where you catch Pokemon, or your Pokemon for the Nuzlocke. Your other player catches one as well, and if either of those fail, you don't get the Pokemon. If either of them faint, you lose the Pokemon.
Yep. Might as well Mach Punch that Golbat. I think it's about out anyway.
True, I should have. I was going for the Mega Drain on the Roselia. Mach Punch on Roselia shouldn't knock it out either.
No. Because it does resist it.
Yeah, because poison resists fighting.
See, that makes sense, because you poison a fighter, what are they going to do?
Have you ever punched Toxic Sludge?
There's no give to that stuff. Or attempted to resist Toxic Sludge in the case of Ash's Muck and Professor Oak. That was always funny. How the Muck would always try to pretty much eat Professor Oak. Well, it's trying to give him a hug, but that's what more or less happens.
Body Slam!
Yep.
Muck use Gen 1 Wrap. You're
Or
fucked.
bind.
You're bugged.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna
That's
throw the
every
Pokeball,
Eon.
and I'm also gonna use False Swipe afterwards. Almost had
The
it, but
final
that's fine
dungeon.
because False Swipe.
The final dungeon, I feel, will probably be 2 different video vlogs because the final dungeon's pretty dang long.
How far are we from the final dungeon?
There's, let's see, decently far because we have 2 more dungeons to go through after freeing the city. There's also a bit of a side plot that we have to do. It's a mandatory side plot. And remember when I said you're going to end up hating Chobin? You'll see why.
Hating what?
Hating Dr. Kamiko's aide.
Yeah, him.
The weird kid with the blue hair and the googly glasses. Yeah, you're going to end up disliking that kid very quickly.
The bounce you do after you've left a battle.
Yep. Hey, there's one of the other rare encounters. There's Trapinch.
Alright. Let's actually take a look at this Quiet Nature Duskull.
Quiet nature, huh?
Yeah.
I think that's plus special attack minus speed?
I mean, it would not get speed. You sure it's not plus defense or special defense?
Ooh, I'm good. It's plus special attack minus speed.
And that's not the worst.
No, it's not. Could be
That's-
better, but it doesn't need speed anyway.
Let's be fair here. For a Duskull and a Dusknoir, a Quiet Nature is equivalent to a neutral nature.
Yeah.
You're not using either of those stats on that Mon. Ever.
So it's not nerfing your defenses, at least, so hey.
Yeah. I mean, it hurts a little bit on my Breloom, that having the same nature.
I'm going to do the one trade before signing off because I did just find Trapinch.
Okay. Where are those trades located?
It's where... Remember when I mentioned where you need to find the Pokesnacks, where I thought it was? Where that back room with the old lady
Oh,
that
yeah.
says, hey, I'm making the Pokesnacks. Just go there.
Okay. And you need to have them in the party, probably, right?
Yep. Gosh, I am so spoiled from recent games where it's like you just have access to the PC box in your back pocket.
It's still better than with Shin Megami Tensei games. You can only save
enough.
at a freaking PC.
Oh, that was Coliseum. That was Coliseum. You can only save at PCs.
Yeah.
And it's like, why did they do that? Dragon Quest devs. This was something new to them, and they had just done save points up until this point.
I mean, to be fair, Coliseum is a smaller map and it's not in first person. And it's not dungeon crawling, grid by grid by grid.
Oh. This meta type's actually kind of scary. It has Dynamic Punch, Confusion, Shadow Ball, and Detect.
Oh.
Well, I am probably going to keep that. Because that's actually pretty good. Dynamic Punch is terrible. I'm probably going to sub it out for something else. But
Those
Shadow
other
Ball
ones,
on a high
though.
attacker. Shadow Ball on a high physical attacker. Yeah.
Wait, does Shadow Ball still lower special defense?
Yes.
More evidence that they messed it up on the coding side of things.
Yep. So you get Larvitar for Wooper. I would actually say fair trade, though. Because you get one of the pseudos of the game. The only downside is Larvitar takes forever to get to Tyranitar. And by the time you get Tyranitar, the game's over.
That's always been the case with pseudo-legendaries until more recent games.
Because you could realistically have Garchomp before you even get to the Pokemon League. In Gen 4. Which is like, if you have Garchomp and you're about to fight Volkner, there's nothing he can do to you.
If you bring a Garchomp to a Volkner fight, you're just winning that. There's nothing else.
Yeah, there's literally nothing he can do to you. Alrighty then. Well.
So, Mount Battle, is that
Mount
somewhere
Battle.
we can grind?
Yes, that is the grind place.
Okay.
But I think that's a good place to call it.
A hasty shuckle.
Oh, so it is random. Interesting. I end up with a Calm Shuckle, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then the meta type was Hasty.
Toxic, Substitute, Sludge Bomb, Encore.
All things considered, they have good moves. What does the Larvitar have?
I mean, Hasty lowers defense, doesn't it? Because its defense is 90, while its special defense is 102. Unless that's
It lowers
Ivy.
defense and raises speed, which is not what you want.
Would we allow retries on the trades for decent natures?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the Larvitar will have... Oh, so this is where that came from. So the Larvitar has Dragon Dance. Its moveset is Sandstorm, Dragon Dance, Bite, and Outrage. Ooh, Outrage on a Tyranitar. That's horrifying. The only downside is the ability. But if you pair it up with enough Pokemon immune to Sandstorm or just don't care about it, hey.
Yeah. I mean, ground, steel, rock, take your pick. But if it's a Larvitar with Dragon Dance, I'm going to say right now, if you get a female, you have to name it Tutu.
Or even, or because it's a female with Dragon Dance, Tiki would work.
Tiki would be funny. Yeah. To be fair, Tiki could be the name of any female dragon type Pokemon.
Especially Gudra, because it's known to hug people.
Yeah. But yeah, we're going to
Well,
go ahead and call it here.
Yep.
Going to go
Next
ahead
time
and mute
we'll
the
be
desktop audio.
freeing the city and then starting a mandatory dungeon that really doesn't do anything in the long scheme of the plot, but oh well, it's experience.
It is indeed experience, and we're going to need as much of it as we can.
It's
Get our
experience
hands
and
on.
money. And by then we will have the amulet coin, so the
Yeah.
money will not be a problem.
Speaking of, I'll be building up my team and trying to get everything to around level 30.
Same. Because several of them have really fallen behind.
Yeah.
Of course, when you have an Ursaring just punching things to death.
Yeah, I mean, it's an effective strategy if they're not ghost type.
Yep. Ooh, Scrappy would be a good ability for an Ursaring, wouldn't it?
Oh, Scrappy Ursaring would be scary.
Yeah.
Especially a max friendship return Scrappy Ursaring. Almost as scary
But,
as an Ursaring with Earthquake.
yep. Which there you do get an Earthquake TM that's only one use though, so use it wisely. Anyway, gonna do the spiel and then log off here.
All right, muting and turning off desktop audio for the stream. I hope you enjoyed today's stream, and I hope you drop a follow here on my Twitch and check out RyuNokage33 on his. If you did enjoy and you're watching on YouTube, make sure to drop a like, comment, and subscribe down below. No matter the site, no matter the time, hit that bell for notifications. And check out my Discord for go live notification and to vote on things like what game I play next, what kind of character I make, add a bit of chaos in my streams. It makes things more fun. Ryu also has his own Discord, so check that out as well. And if you're watching on YouTube, you like my stuff, you want to check out more of it, here's my channel here in the middle. And with so many VODs there, and you don't know where to start, here on the right's a playlist of me playing a different game entirely. It's as good a place as any, and if my stuff wasn't for you, but you stuck around anyway, here on the left's a video YouTube thinks you will like. Stay safe, stay happy, stay crazy. Bye.